So, how's everybody doing? Hi, hi. Welcome, chat. How are y'all doing? Got a EB48 2.2 on the bench today. We are going to build this thing, I think. I got some batteries on charge. We'll get some practice in. We'll try to do all the things. All right. Let's just jump right in, I guess. Open this box. Never been opened. Factory sealed. Still. If you've been on the bench and you watch any of my videos, I don't always follow instructions. Let's dive in. This looks like it's all the bags A through H, maybe. We won't need the body or next bag until we get through the first set. I want that close. There you go. All right. This side for now. Doesn't want to stay still. All right. Break open the manual that we may or may not use. I love these sticker sheets. I will definitely use those. And window masks. I won't run this body, so I don't care. I usually put wide body side pods on my buggy, and this will be no exception. Let me grab some parts we'll need. 18-degree caster blocks, G steering plates, and inclined spindles. And I don't think we'll need any more of that stuff. Oh, this motor is going to go in there. Yes. But I don't know if we'll get to that today or not. We'll see. I can't make any promises. I'm going to just kind of wrench on this, do a little build, and then I'll go run a practice lap or two and come back, do some more building, then go off and do a practice run and so on. So that'll be kind of the day today. Relax, build a car. And get some practice in. I don't think I'm going to use any of these oils. Yeah, a little too thin for me, but I will take this thread lock and grease out because definitely good stuff. You can see another tube of each sitting right here. But the shock and diff fluid I probably won't use. I might use this 7000 in the rear, maybe. But I'll set them up just so we have them. I probably, like I said, I probably won't use them. Maybe 600 oil for shocks. Maybe I usually go heavier. Maybe I'll go 600 in the front, 750 in the rear, something like that. Anyway, let's go. We need bag A. Where's bag A? There. Let's grab B and C while we're here. Here's B. And, oh no, we don't need to worry about C yet. That'll be later. You have to excuse me, I got a little bit of the sniffles today. I've been fighting a cold for like the past 2 weeks. I thought it was gone, but it came back. All right. Bag A. Do the center diff. I like to use this Tekno tool tray that I printed. Somebody on the internet had a model for it. I just made it bigger. So I usually break my parts into these trays. Plastic spur. Nothing else there. And I'll just empty the bags into the separate sections here. And I'll do this through the whole build. Excuse me. Savage guy, what's up? How you doing, man? Alrighty. So, some stuff we need to do. I said I was going to get different oil. What's this one? 12. Perfect. I like to put a little dab of oil on the spur. Just here, just to stick the gasket to it. Also, that puts the gasket on there and gets it some oil to soak in. And hopefully it kind of puffs up. In fact, I'll add a little bit more oil. Yeah, so that should soak into that gasket and puff that up for us, hopefully. Right. From there, we just need to put a bearing on the back. Sometimes I forget to do this step when I rebuild diffs, and I forget to put the bearing. Does that want to go all the way on? Not really. I'm just pressing it against the table to get it flush with the spur. And when you'll place one of these O-rings in the inside of the cup, you want to put some grease. In my old tube of grease, just a little bit of grease on the O-ring just to protect it a little bit. And we'll also put some grease in the what I call the juice groove. It's like on a cutting board. There's a groove in these outdrive cups that you basically just fill with a little bit of grease. You can use this Tekno grease, or use the black grease that comes with it with the kit, or use copper grease or white lithium grease, whatever you got that, you know, is a good sturdy grease that will protect these moving parts, because this outdrive will spin in the end of the cup. See if I can get some of that grease off. Perfect. And then it should just pop through the O-ring. And then there's a washer. These big flat washers. You can also use heat washers here if you want a little bit of a tighter mesh in your differential gears, but it's not entirely necessary. That's a tuning option to use the keyed diff washer. I have some somewhere. I could probably show you what it looks like. But then you just put the pin through the outdrive cup on the inside, and then your sun gear goes right on top there. And that grease will probably keep that sun gear for us. So next, take another one of these little O-rings, drop it down in the cup, and put some grease. Right, and then the same thing again with the juice groove. Fill that thing up with some grease. Like that. You can put the washer in first if you want and use it to sort of push against the O-ring. And then we're going to get our drive pin. And then some of this black grease is going to mingle with the... Oh, you know what? I just said earlier that I always forget to put a bearing on, and I forgot to put a bearing on. Oops. Hey, you can't run away. Okay. All right, now we can put our drive pin. Now that I actually have the bearing in there. And then our sun gear. Like that. I use Udder Butter for that. First time using KRC products. Yeah, I hear a lot of good things about Udder Butter. I've never actually tried it. Maybe I should. This is going to be my center differential. If you don't watch the channel, I typically only put 3 gears in my center differentials. Sometimes only 2. I very rarely run 4. Why? It kind of softens the initial like power hit whenever you get on it, right? Like 1 fewer gear softens the initial hit, and it also creates space in the differential for more oil. So for a nitro race, you get less fade over the course of a long race. And of course, for electrics, you should see no fade, right? I am not somebody who goes nuts about like getting air out of these things. I will typically fill it, let it sit for just a minute or two, give it a little spin just to get the oil kind of moving in there, and that's really it. And then I'll just let it set a minute, and then close it up. Now, I don't know. Personally, I haven't seen much of a difference between purging air and not in differentials. Obviously, in shocks, you'd prefer as little air as possible, but on diffs, I don't know how much difference it really makes. A gentleman over here who has another pod space here at the track. Actually, he told me on the weekend that he has a vacuum chamber in his pod. He uses a vacuum chamber to purge the gases out of the oils. He does it for diffs and for shocks. He also said that he didn't really see a lot of difference if he did it in the diffs. So I don't know if it's worthwhile or not. Let me grab my electric driver and a tip. I don't know if this thing's got a good charge. Maybe it does. If not, let me find a cable for it so I can charge it. Do I have one? Is the other question. Yes. One sec. All right, so I'll plug that in between. And yeah, let's put this thing together. I think it looks pretty good. Maybe I'll give another drop of oil just in case. If some squeezes out, great. Perfect. And then you usually just line up the holes. Some people put the gear in the differential and then put everything together. I like to have a little grease or oil to hold the gear on for me, and then just drop it all together like that. These are cutting threads for the first time. It's a brand new build, so it will be a little bit tight. Oops. Nice. Let me find a towel. I just have a dirty towel over here. Try to get all this grease or oil off of this that's squeezed out. It's not much, just a little. but it will spray all over the chassis whenever I put it in there and start a run, if I don't clean it off. Nice. And so these diffs, the center diff, you don't need to put anything, no grease, oil, nothing like that on it outside. It doesn't really do much for you. But the rings on the front and rear diffs, we will grease. Either with that Tekno grease or some lithium, or if you've got udder butter, apparently. Yeah, I'll have to try udder butter and see if I can pick some up. I don't know if the shop here actually carries Cow RC stuff. My kid won some Cow RC stuff on the weekend from the MSM series race. What did he get? He got, these are pretty nice actually. He used them to make the car look good. He got Moo Clean, part and chassis wash premix, and some Moo Clean electronic cleaner and degreaser. It's pretty nice. Yeah, that's the extent of my Cow RC experience right there. Some products I did not even buy. Some that I won. Not to try them out. Okay. Gonna give this thing a spin and see if it, yeah, it feels good. Now I'll plug my driver in while I open up this other bag. Get a charge, yeah. Okay. Diff cup. Gears. Outdrive cups. Ring gear. I always like to make 100% certain that these bags are empty before I throw them out. So I double check and triple check and make sure. I hate to throw away a part. I've done it. You should not do that. Make sure to check your bags. They're empty. On this one over here, the O-rings sometimes get stuck in there and they're clear. You have to pay close attention. I'll show you what I mean. You see these clear O-rings? There's 3, 4 of them. Sometimes they like to stick in the bag. Yeah, kind of like that. You just have to be extra careful. Make sure your bag's empty before you throw it out. All right. Let me set this diff over here. Get my other diff stand. What do I do with my towel? I just had it, didn't I? Oh, yeah, here. I didn't actually follow any instructions for bag A. Probably won't follow any for B either. So same kind of thing. I'll go 15 in the front. Get some oils. 12, 5, 8. Go 8 in the rear. And we'll go 15 in the front. So for those of you keeping score, that'll be 15, 12, 5, 8 for diffs. Yeah, like I said, I just like to smear a little bit of oil on the ring, and then I'll put my gasket on, and that hopefully will soak up some of the oil. I like to make sure that gasket gets plenty of oil to start. Got some through the holes. I put too much oil. That won't hurt anything, but it's there. So yeah, so leave these to sort of soak while we build the rest. So again, little clear O-ring, drop in the cup, put some grease. You can do this from below or above, doesn't really matter. Hey, you know, I didn't turn on my lights today. Let me help you. Hey, that's better, right? Now you can actually see in there. Sorry about that. Oh yeah, bearing. Don't let me forget a bearing. And fill my juice groove. Oh, my bearing fell off. Put a drive pin. Same thing here. Oh, grease, yeah. Bearing. Then want to fill the juice groove. Does anybody else call it that? It's like on your cutting board, juice groove. Oops. Okay. I usually realize I forget the bearing after it's fully filled and assembled. Yeah, I do that all the time. We have syringes of under butter for like $8, $9. Okay, I'll have to get one. Rather get a whole big tube of green grease or lithium grease for that or less. Yeah, lithium you can get a big old tube for like just a few bucks. It's pretty inexpensive. I tend to run the Tekno grease or this ProTech white lithium gear grease, just because it was handy in the shop. But I have a big tube of lithium grease at home too that was like $8 or something. It's at least 16 ounces. It's huge. Yeah, there are 40 mil syringes. Yeah, that's this one, right? Is this 40 mil? No, this is 10. I guess it's 4 10 mil syringes. I'll try the CalRC stuff. I'll see if I can pick some up. Yeah, lithium degrading rubber. But yeah, I mean, how much rubber do we have really other than the O-rings are silicone, right? Guys won't use kit grease because it's thin and makes their car slow. But I never see them at Worlds or most big races on the podium. Yeah. Yeah, we always do rebuilds for big races. Yeah, that's true on the syringe. I didn't even think about that. I guess whenever this one's empty, I can take it home and fill it off my tube, right? All right. Am I gonna go 4 gears in the front and 3 in the rear, I think. What do you think? I think leave the rear a little soft and put 3 there and 4 in the front. I've actually never tried that before, so that'll be a first. And I said I was going to go 8 in the rear. Let's call this one the rear. Right. And I'll do 4 gears in the front. Oh, there. Hello. Oh, there. And 15. Yeah, I didn't even think about refilling the syringe with my big tube at home. I could totally do that. That makes great sense. I don't know why that never even occurred to me. Silly. The reason they call me Doofus. Let me get some drink. On to some cane sugar Dr. B. I'll put it in my Chick-fil-A cup for breakfast. Insulated and all. Hey, speaking of RC products, any of you guys have any experience with metalworking? I'm thinking about the possibility of investing in some kind of like small scale 3-axis like CNC mill, something that I could use to make like custom shock towers and stuff. That's kind of what I'm thinking. So if you guys know anybody, I'd be happy to talk to them. Right, bearings. Don't forget bearings. Oh, just pop right off. Stay on. Stay on the ground. Let me get my fresh tube of grease. The one that came with the kit. Because the other one's getting close to empty. Yeah, I'll see if I can pick up some udder butter. See if I can get... Oh, a bearing fell off. See if I can get Chris to get some in the shop if he doesn't already have some. I also heard of a lot of people putting like copper grease or lithium grease in their differentials with the oil. I don't quite know what that would do for you, but I've heard of people doing that. I put copper grease in the diffs with their oil. I've never tried it. I don't know what it does. I feel like we've talked about this on the channel before. You guys know. Sato. Grease is no. I wish I could CNC. Send cut send is your easiest option. Yeah, I know. Send cut send is pretty popular. It is an easy option. I would just like to be able to prototype very quickly on my own. Right? If I could just cut a shock tower, put it on my car, and take it out for a rip, like that would be ideal. Does that make sense? Like send cut send, great. I could model up a part and send it to them. They'll cut it and send it to me, but then I've got to wait some days, right, for where it comes from, China or India or wherever. But I do know that some others, like I know the SNS guys, Sean and Seth Van Dalen, use send cut send for their brake shoes for their mono brake, things like that, and then they 3D print other parts. But I also know from talking to Sean that he's had some issues with materials coming from those guys. In fact, he told me that I run one of his mono brakes on my nitro truck. He told me that in some cases he's gotten reports of those rotors actually like sort of exploding after like a gallon and a half through them. So I'm a little bit worried, but we'll see. He's supposed to send me some. I haven't actually seen them. I need to bother him. It's been a little while. He said he was going to send me a few of them because I had a couple. I have 3 kits, actually 2 kits, and one of the guys at the track here has one, and another guy here at the track has one as well. So there's about 5 of them floating around Thornhill, and so he was going to send me 5 rotors to go and make my stuff solid and everybody else's too. So that's an extra gear. I didn't write anything on these. Maybe that was a mistake. I'll come back to that later. I tend to like to write a number or a direction on the side of the diff cup, but I didn't. But that's okay. Oops. I just looked, it's $14. Oh, for the cow RC stuff, the udder butter. Tabletop CNCs. Yeah, that's kind of what I need to look at, I guess. I need to understand a bunch of things. This is why it's just a thought going through my head at the moment. I do need to do research on what options are out there in terms of a tabletop mill. And I need to try to get a better sense of what material costs are. And I need to get a sense of what the electricity cost is and all that kind of stuff. You know, with the idea of, if I'm going to productize anything, I need to understand, you know, COGS, right? Cost of goods sold. That's COGS, COGS, cost of goods sold. If you're a product person, that's one of our things. You not only have to understand the market space you're in, you also need to understand what costs go into any service you deliver or product you deliver. And from your material costs, you figure out your time that you've spent or time that you will spend per part, and that becomes a part of your COGS. Is personnel administrative costs, right? Even though it's just you making a design, it still takes time, and that's time you could spend doing other things. Want to bring a product to market. You have to understand what it costs to you, understand what you can sell it for, and then you can understand what your margins are going to look like, and you can make a decision as to whether or not to even invest in the first place. What you don't do is go out and buy a tabletop CNC mill, buy a bunch of material, and then try to figure out if you can make money from it. That would be counterproductive. Some people do that. They're like, I have an idea, I want to do something, and they just go out and do it. And they don't even think about it, plan, nothing. They just go. And it's like, you know, so this one's front. This one's right here. I'm just making sure these screws are nice and 2 fingers tight, because I tighten them down with the clutch on my drill. I'll double check the center too, since I did that with the clutch as well. That's good. But yeah, cost of goods sold as part of your equation. If you ever want to sell the thing. With RC, the market sort of sets the price almost. A lot of similar products are a similar cost, it seems. Yeah, that is how it appears. I don't know if that is driven by real things or if there's sort of maybe kind of an emotional aspect to it. I don't know. I mean, there's so many things that have been built into this space over, you know, the last 50 years or whatever. I mean, it's like anything in life, right? Like we are on this earth. I've been on this earth for just about 50 years. I mean, humans have been here for thousands of years, right? Tens of thousands of years. And there was all these rules made up before I showed up. And I didn't have any say in it, but I have to go along, right? And it's the same thing with this kind of space. There is a bunch of established sort of rules and norms. I think there's probably some debate that can be had around whether or not those views and norms are correct. I don't know if the RC market will have that debate internally. I might force it. I don't have a lot of tolerance and patience for established norms if they're silly, right? And silly means it doesn't work optimally. If it's something that's there just because somebody's had it there for years and years, and you know, it's like there's some religious adherence to it. Yeah, I don't know if it needs to be there. But if there's something there and it's there for a really good reason, right? Like my 3-gear center diff, like I like that little bit softer hit. That works. I wouldn't say that's silly, or at least it works for me. Feels like it anyway. So you know, objectively you can say this works or doesn't. But for some of the things that are out there, there's a bunch of things I would question as to whether or not they are sensible any longer. That makes sense. I think it's one guy does it and sells, so that's the price. Yeah, I think that's true, right? Like somebody was telling me about there's a guy who cuts his own parts. He's called like Tekno TI or something like that. And he has titanium parts, you know, colors and designs, all that cool stuff. But yeah, dude sells his shock towers like $80. And you know, like a stock Tekno shock tower is what, $45 or $50. Am I really gonna pay another $30 to get a titanium one? I mean, yeah, maybe I don't ever have to buy another one, but I don't buy shock towers ever, really. Like, you know, every now and again I might bend one, but I think I've bent 2, you know, since Tekno came out with the rabbit ears shock towers. It's not many, and I don't see how, like, it's you know, it doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, you're right. The Cerakote and the anodizing definitely increase the cost, and that's something I need to spend some time with too. Is otherwise, I think I'll just have raw aluminum parts. I have to do some research into that too, I guess. If I just had raw parts, I don't think anybody would care, but you know, if they work. Yep, there's a cost for more work hours. It's your cost of goods sold. All right, bag C. Let me find it. Here's D. There's C. it's plus minus $500 for a good Cerakote job on a rifle. What do you mean by that? Like, it's about $500, give or take. Is that what you mean to say? Oh, rabbit ears, shock towers. We were just talking about. It's empty. That's empty. All these are empty. Roll them out. Are the split towers worth running? You know, that's a good question. I like the split towers better than the ones with the cross beam in it. The towers kind of flex independently of one another. In this case, I mean, it's anodized 70-75 aluminum, so, you know, how much flex is negligible. I don't know, you know, if it really makes a whole lot of difference, but yeah, they feel a little bit softer to me than the stock 2.0 stuff, say. I think they're better. The thing I want to do is, here at Thornhill, Chris Allison, last year or very early this year, he had a Gamma that he was driving, and he had some, I think VRP maybe made him, but he had a shock tower. It was like a custom shock tower for this car that basically made the shocks sit like, let me see. I'm just grabbing two random shocks. They basically brought the head of the shocks together and had them way laid down like that, like super laid down shocks. And he said it makes his car very easy to drive out here. And I would love to try something like that. Now, wouldn't it be cool if I could, you know, cut a shock tower for my car that I could, you know, would let me move these things in and out further, right? So maybe I would really stand it up just to screw around, right? Or really lay it down. I don't know. I just really like to mess with it. In fact, I think probably the first go would be just to make a block with a bunch of holes in it, and then, you know, try out all the different holes. JQ is big into the Gamma. He's my guy. That's his car. I think he's heavily involved in the design for Mayakos. Let's see, there's a grub screw in here somewhere. Let me put that with a little bit of thread lock in this outdrive cup, or I don't know what you call this actually. It's not an outdrive cup. It's the input for the pinion for the gearbox. What do you call it? What do you call that part? 5075. TKR 5075. Might have one on the wall. No. Oh, hey. I had some bearings I didn't even remember buying. Yeah, no, I don't have one. I thought I did. I thought I had one of those cups here on the wall. What plates are those? B. Would never use those. No, I don't. Oh well. So for this one, we're going to need pinion, 2 bearings, and you'll press the bearings into the front and rear of the gearbox. One there, and there. And then you'll run your pinion through, and it gets a shim on the input side. And then this guy will go on, and the grub screw lands right in the flat. And then I'll tighten that down. And I will crank this down because I don't ever want it to come off. Ever. This is one of those things that does not come off without your permission, your say-so. If this screw comes off in a race, you don't finish the race. Let's see, what does it have us do next? Actually put the diff in. I did say I was going to grease this. I'll get some white grease for this one, just so you can kind of see how much grease I put. And it's not much, it's just enough. Yeah, basically just a little bit of grease, doesn't take much. And you see it's already like spinning all over the case itself, so it's getting where it needs to be. Give your differential a little wiggle in the case. If there's any play left or right, you can use these shims that come in the kit. Typically, I do not need these on a fresh build. I'll use these if and when I actually wear out that gearbox some, and you'll know it when you give a really sharp throttle input or brake input and you hear grinding like teeth, like a click, and it'll go like when you slam the brakes. So that's not what you want to hear. That usually means you just need a shim in your diff. All right, so then we just need to put a lid on. It gets a couple of screws in the front of the case. I don't always pay close attention to what screws I use where. And you should too. That looks like it was the right screw. Nice. And yeah, so as long as there's no wiggle back and forth, you're good. There is no front or back on these shock towers, so you can put them on however you like. Watch, somebody's going to pipe up in comments and be like, you used the front on the back. Turn your shock tower around. They also have you put this plate on the bottom of the gearbox. I'm going to tell you that this plate is not strictly necessary. It does keep a little dirt out, but if you don't have one, you can live without it. And obviously, if you don't have any screws or you lose your screws, not a big deal because the whole thing's being held down to the chassis plate. The screws are almost superfluous here. I don't know why they even do this. The truth is, you could just put the plate on and screw it down to the chassis and it wouldn't ever move. It's not just the tower, there's lower mounts involved to move that up and out also. Oh yeah? There's your front gearbox. I'm going to do something differently on the standoffs too. These are +4 standoffs, which is good, but I won't use these button head screws. I'll show you what I do differently. I like to use an M4 countersunk screw. I have this box set up just for this. So I use a countersunk screw and a countersunk washer. And these are 12 mil screws. You can use longer ones and put another washer on them if you want to move your standoff out or in. That's an option as well. I learned last week. We learned last week together on the channel, on a stream. I put thread lock in the holes here. Where do I have my buggy shocks today? Laid down. You don't have to crank those down, but you do want to make them pretty tight. Oh, I left my screws there. Oh well. If I have problems with these standoffs, they don't typically break off the end or snap. They split around the screw. If the screw comes in here, they split like this. And then they'll pop off. Yeah, see? You put that shock tower on 3 degrees too far to the east. It's December, you should install it 4 degrees to the southwest due to the time change in November. Due to the time change in November. Nice. Yeah, right? Oh, they do make a note not to over tighten those screws on the bottom. That's good. Again, I don't really think they're necessary. There's some extra stuff they put in. All right, that's our front gearbox built. Let's do bag D. Excuse me a sec. Let me blow my nose. All right. Bag D. Wing mount. Shock tower. Gearbox. Body mount. Bag's empty. Let me go bin that. Think about trying +2 on the front. Yeah. Yeah, I run these are +4 in the front. Yeah. I think they're +4. I can verify. Think. Let me see. No, +2. Are they +2 only? Tell you what. I have 0s and 2s right here in my hand. Let me see what we got. That. So right. These are +2, these are +0. And so, yeah, the +0s, yeah, these are +2s. No, yes, +2s. So run +2, or you could stack another washer on there and make them +4. Or put a thin washer on it called +2, 3. I like the +2s on the front and the rear. +2 is standard front. I think so. Let me see the rears. Do I have those here? Yeah. These are +0s. I won't use these. I'll use +2s in the back. Why did I put them back? +0. These are all +0. Shoot, where did I put them? Just had them in my hand, right? Showed them to you. All right, here we go. All right. Free these from their prison. They will be the ones we use. +2s. Yeah, we're not building this to stock spec, right? Do I run my rears all the way laid down? No. I run rears a little differently. Oh yeah, I was going to throw these out, get my screws, and I put those back too. Genius. I'm gonna have to get some more. I'm out. My last two. Oh, I already... I left two of them in the tray. Guys. We had a whole conversation the other day about how Loctite is mystical because it cures in the absence of air. Yeah, I put my middle hole on the rear. Nice. I'm like not even paying any attention to the instructions at this point. I am throwing stuff on the ground though. And this little shim over the front. Oh, I forgot to put some Loctite on the grub screw that goes in the dog bone. Right. Oop, I lost my shim. Make sure you don't lose that. Why won't that go? Oh, because the dog bone is in the way. And I crank these down. It's metal on metal. It's got Loctite. You can hardly hurt that. Again, situation is if this comes out during a race, you don't finish your race. Right. And this diff goes in same direction. Yeah. Put some grease. Not much. That should be plenty. Where'd my driver go? Oh no, that's right. It's 2.5. Where's those little screws? There they are. And don't over tighten these, just get them snug. They're just holding the lid on. They don't need to be there. I sincerely think that they put these here just to make it so the bottom wouldn't fall off while you're putting the thing on the chassis plate. Like, they don't do anything. These screws. They do nothing of use. The old body mounts used to go hang over the tower, right? Nice. Did we forget? Did I miss a step? Where's there supposed to be a nut? Oh, for the... Yeah. Okay. Right. I forgot about that. You do have to put a nylock nut on the... I should have followed instructions, guys. And that makes this kind of a pain in the ass. Because I have to, like, hold a nut with some pliers. In fact, I'm going to do this. Why don't I put a top one on first? Make it easy on myself, huh? That would be the smart thing. I can put the two top ones on, and that'll keep them from flopping around for the bottoms. Come on. Yeah, that was a mistake. I should have put the wing mount on first. Oh well. Now, I put this through, grab a nut, and use my pliers. Oh man. What a pain in the butt. There's got to be a better way to do this. Back that freaking thing off, huh? I don't need it to come all the way. Yeah. That's all right. Maybe that's the trick. I'll just set the nut right there. Stay. Thank you. Did that actually work? Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah, follow the instructions. Don't follow me. This is silly. Oh, it's dirty. This is frustrating. Oh my God. I'm just scratching up everything right now. Tekno. This is dumb. Like, this is dumb. Like, this is not smart. There are better ways. I mean, like, there could be some more space there. Like, if you have to take a wing mount off, how can you do it without taking the body mount off? I don't want to take the body mount off every time I take a wing mount off. That's dumb. That is dumb. Apparently you can't post working links. Copy paste. I put those bottom plate screws in until they're snug, then tighten them until they become loose again. Every time. You put the bottom plate screws in until they're snug, and then, oh yeah, so you put them over tight. You strip them out. Where was I? Oh yeah. Yeah, this is not the best solution, I would say. Tekno. There's probably a better way. All right. All right. That is bag D. These shims, like I said, I don't use them out of the box, typically, unless there's some play in the gearbox. Not. So I just save these in my little shims container for a rainy day. But eventually, this gearbox will get worn, and it will need a shim. But not today. What's next? Bag E. That's bag E. So we're going to substitute some parts in the front end. Do we get into those here? No. I'll show you those as we go. Oh, this is the rear end anyway. I'm going to set this up probably identically to my current buggy, which I'll probably take the sway bar and stuff out of. That thing's too heavy. That sway bar is too thick. Pills and pills and pills and pills. Let me find some snips. All right, how do we have these? Center dot D, center dot C and center dot for C. And 2 dots down, 2 dots diagonal down and out. So for C, these are center dots. And for D, we'll run 2 dots down and out. Oops. Why? This gives us a little bit more toe in the rear and a little bit more anti-squat. Yeah, I needed a nut driver, but I could not use a nut driver with this stupid body mount in the way. And you're right, pliers are not the tool for that job. But I put the body mount on first like a dummy because I didn't follow the instructions. So I made my life more difficult unintentionally. I don't fully understand why they did this, though. Because it would be nice to be able to put a nut driver there, but you can't with the body mount in place. That was an oversight. All right, snip these things off their sprue. Right. Should I take my sway bar off of my old one? Let's see. You guys like my truck nuts? Those are courtesy of Mr. Scott. Let's see. What size is this sway bar? 2.5. Maybe that's all stock is. Yeah, stock. Okay. I guess I don't need to take that sway bar off of there. The front one is definitely not stock. The front one is like some Skunkworks prototype stuff that I think is actually available now. It was Skunkworks prototype stuff when I first got it. But it exists in the real world today. They look like these. These are, obviously this one's not one. This is a 2.3 millimeter. But these other ones are, they were prototypes. They're available now. And you see they put like a solid bar and then dots for the measurement. So actually these are out of order. I should put them like so. So basically this top one is 1 millimeter. The middle one is 1.1 and the bottom one is 1.2. So they just put like a bar and dots for the sizes instead of trying to write the numbers on there, which I actually like quite a lot. I have a 1.3 on the front of my buggy now. Maybe I'll just put this 1.2 on. Can't hurt to go a little thinner. Not on this track anyway. I'm just struggling getting these things back together. There we go. This rubber band looks like it's ready to give up the ghost. Maybe I'll put a fresh one on there. Just nip this in the bud. Trash rubber band. Yeah, it's like tearing. I have a silicone one. I use these for nitro return springs, like if you want to call them that, and you know, to pull the throttle servo back in the case that you lose receiver or something like that, so you don't have to run away. Oh, come on, more. There we go. Trim them out a little bit. Yeah, those rear, you're right. Those rear earpieces are not necessary. I could just cut them off. I could. Very well could. In fact, if I can find a cutoff wheel, I'll do it right now. I don't know if I can find a cutoff wheel, though. And I'm not going to spend time looking. Grind it off, but oh well. My cutoff wheel is probably in this pile somewhere. I don't see it. I don't know. Oh, it is, yeah. Let's see, my audio is probably not going to like a Dremel on. We'll see. Oh my god. Yeah. That should do it. Yeah. I mean, it's not great. It looks a little messy, but who cares? Only for me. I can smooth it out with my X-Acto. Look at that. That's not terrible. It almost looks like it's supposed to be that way. And now I can get a nut driver on it. Kind of. Maybe not, actually. Yeah, because look, the nuts, it sits right up against the gearbox. So even if I got around the ears, I still can't get around the gearbox ears. That's frustrating. You'd almost have to shave the top of the gearbox ears to do that, and that would take material away from the screw holder. Yeah. You guys. Tekno. What? Even. There's got to be better. There's got to be a better solution for that. Okay. Oh well, we tried. Those earpieces aren't doing the bulk of the work. I guess they're not, but it does. I mean, it kind of bothers me to take the screws out of the shock tower. I mean, to soften the you know, where the screws in the shock tower go. I'd be afraid to yank them off. Oh well, pliers will work. Let's see if we can find a better solution to that one in the future. Between us and Tekno, I'm sure we can figure something out. All right. You probably can use a driver on your 2.0. It's a difference in the way this wing mount goes. So on this shock tower, you can mount this in two places, right? Your wing mount, you can either move it up or down by what, 4 millimeters or whatever. And I don't know what the distance is. I'm just making shit up. I can find out for sure. So it's like center to center. Yeah, like 5 millimeters, 7 millimeters, 7 mil. Okay. So you can move these things. You can move your wing mount down. And if you move it down, these bottom screws actually go into the gearbox, right? They'll go through your wing mount, through your shock tower, and into the gearbox, just like on the 2.0. But if you get these newer shock towers, there is a higher mount point, and that's when you have to use these nuts for the wing mount, just because it pushes them up by 7. Make sense? Do you have a higher mount position than that? I mean, this is the tall. No, yeah, this is a tall wing mount, and it's I think it's a tall wing mount. I think I have one I could in a bag I can compare it to. Oh. We did establish that I need to get a 2.2 buggy front arm. This is the truck rear shock tower, and it has 3 locations, but I guess you could actually use all 3 wing mount locations on that one. I had a wing mount around here, but I don't see it. There's your body braces, man. Your chassis braces. Your chassis braces, savage guy. Yeah, I don't have another wing mount to compare it to. I thought I did. One of my kids must have stolen it. Huh. I don't know where it went. All right. Anyway, yeah, high wing mount and mounted in the high location on the 2.2 shock tower. There's 0 plus 7 and plus 11, 12. Yeah, it might be. Let me take a little bio break and I will be back. Back in a bit. I'm back. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'll be at Oats. Rubbing alcohol and water. Good cleaning solution. All right. Where were we? Go on my nose. And let me change my battery. Yeah. All right. Let me get through this bag. Then I'm going to go and put my car on the track. Rear end assembly. Maybe we'll follow instructions. How would that be? Let's do that. Gonna need that. We're gonna need these. And we're gonna need these. We don't need this shred of plastic. We're gonna put these ball ends in. And drop them on the floor. Am I ever gonna find it? Yes. Sometimes you drop these things and you never find them ever again. Stay. Thank you. Thank you. The other ball goes in the other end. Nice. There are some very small grub screws that we will put some Loctite on. Put some Loctite on those. And we will need the ends. Actually, do I have metal ones? Let me see if I have an extra set. No. I thought I had an extra set. Oh, I do. I have two. Yeah, we'll use these instead of the plastic ones. In fact, no, I'll keep them. I'll keep them. I guess at some point in the future, I'll get some metal ones for the rear. I actually don't have metal ones on my other buggy. Oh, I do on the front, but not on the rear. Plastic ones. So I put the metal ones on the front and that one, and the plastic ones in the rear. Maybe I'll just continue that trend on this one too. And there are some deadband spacers that come with the kit. There are different sizes of these, and I think they come in the bag separately. Let me look, so I'm not talking out of my butt. Let's see, they're not in bag F or H, they're probably in bag like O. We're gonna need this in a minute anyway. Keep it out. I think in bag Q? Yeah. Bag Q has a bunch of like different parts. Does it have that one? No. It's got the straight link ends and the non-servo saber bell crank. And it has, they're not deadband spacers, are they? Yeah, they are, actually. Yep. So yeah, in bag Q, you have tuning options for the sway bar deadband. Yep. Bag Q. I typically run the stock. Deadband. It looks like it's a 3.0. And then when you run these through, sometimes you have to pop that deadband washer out. And punch it back in once you get the sway bar through. And then you put your collars on backwards. The stock setup for the 2.0s has you put this end into the bearing. There's actually a bearing that takes the place of that deadband bushing. And yeah, so these would ride in the bearing. If you use these deadband washers, they actually go on the other direction so that your sway bar can float around in that deadband space is kind of the point. And you don't want to tighten those down too hard. They will strip sometimes, and they don't do a ton of work. So, you know, they're really just keeping the sway bar from shifting this way through the gearbox. And did you know you can actually tune your sway bar a little bit depending on how much sway bar you let come through the eye. So you can kind of shorten or lengthen your sway bar based on where that collar is. When would you want to do that? When you don't want to switch your sway bar, but you feel like you need it to be a little bit firmer or a little bit softer. Like, I don't want to go to the next size sway bar. I just want this one to feel a little bit firmer or a little bit softer. I'd go to Oats next week, but I'm not good enough to race yet. Yeah, you should just go. Just go. My daughter's first race was Oats. And she had a blast. She had a great time. Okay, so we got the sway bar on. We need to put the C block on. That'll just go there. What screws do we need? We need 14 mil button heads. Oh. Then run our hinge pins. Then we'll run these long bushings. Now, here's a note on hinge pin bushings. If you haven't spent time with me before, here's the highlight, right? Tekno released these longer bushings in the 2.2, I think, cycle for truggies and buggies. The old bushings were a little bit shorter. I have some, let me show you one. The 2.0 bushings are a little shorter like that. So this is new v old, right? Can you guys kind of see that side by side? So the old ones had less contact area on the hinge pin. And what they did was increase the length of the bush to increase the contact area on the hinge pin, which ideally would spread the friction across the whole surface of the bush, right? I will say, though, that on the first set of these that Tekno shipped, they broke all the time. These things would split inside of the arms, break in half, like longitudinally, right? All kind of stuff. And Tekno actually suggested that everybody go back to using the short ones for a time. But I think that they've since sorted that problem out. I guess my question is, are these kit bushings the first cycle, or are they good? Do I need to worry about them? Either way, the bushes go in from out to in. There's also a grub screw that needs to go in. Rather a droop screw. You'll know the droop screw because it has a hex on both sides. It's got a 2.5 millimeter hex on the cap side, and it has a 2 millimeter hex on the threaded side. I'll run these all the way in, and we can back them out later when we go to set droop. Will I do that today? I don't think so. We'll see. I'm not holding out hope for getting this finished today. Did I do it backwards, dummy? Wrong arm. Yeah, that's better. Oh, I forgot my bushes on this one. Slept. Yeah, so I don't know if these are good bushings or bad. Only one way to find out. These screws don't do a lot of work. They mostly just go through the sway bar link. It's not a huge deal that these are tight. They just need to be a little snug. They're just really keeping the sway bar link from floating around. If you get them in tight, they can. If you get them in too tight, they can actually bind a little bit. You want to make sure your link is being able to float within the space that it lives in. Yeah. Yeah. So I softened my clutch on the drill just for these two. Nice. All right. So our rear clip pretty much built. You can kind of see the straight edge, maybe, how much toe there is. And if I put the block up against the chassis plate's got a straight edge, you should be able to see how much toe there is in those arms. So you can, the tuning options here are basically, so two directions, right? You got your hinge pins can tilt like this or like this to some degree, right? What do we do? 1 and 2 degrees is each of these dots, right? Or so this is 1 degree down and out. So it's actually moving the hinge pin down and out just a little bit. So instead of straight, it's like this, and it pitches the arms a little bit on the car, so that as you apply power, the idea is that it will sort of push on the ground to keep the car from dropping in the back. That's why I run a little bit of anti-squat and a little bit more toe in for stability. You can take toe out to get more straight line speed. It will, you'll lose some straight line stability, but you gain straight line speed. And then, you know, your squat, anti-squat, kind of up to you for your track and your surface conditions, how you like to drive. The other thing I've heard people doing is, and I haven't done this myself, is putting truggy blocks on the rear gearbox. Basically, they put wider blocks. Do I have a? Yeah. Let me see if I've got a C block. That's a D. That'll work. So it moves your hinge pin brace out, right? They call it wide pivot. The idea here is that it would give the car a little bit more stability side to side, you know, for roll purposes, because it basically widens the arms, right? The thing that makes me sort of cringe is that all these guys, right? Jared Tebow and, you know, fast guys are doing this stuff. What I don't like is that it pretty well requires you to use a bunch of 2.0 stuff. Like, you can't use 2.x arms, you have to use 2.0 arms, and then you use the new drive shafts. And then, of course, the new spindle carriers won't go into the old arms, so you have to use the old spindle carriers too, and it's just clunky, right? And then you got to hope that you have all those spare parts. And right now, if you're a Savage guy, it's hard to find 2.0 arms, right? They're just not plentiful any longer, and I don't think Tekno's going to make them. And if they do, it would only be because all these people are using them for tuning purposes. So, but that's what some guys do. They'll run Truggy C and D block to get a wider pivot on the rear end. I have not heard of anybody doing that on the front end of a buggy, or a Truggy for that matter, but it may be that somebody's doing that. I'm just not aware. But yeah, Savage guy, come out to Oats. Lily ran her first race at Oats. Oats is much, much more beginner friendly than Thornhill. Thornhill is pretty well populated by skilled drivers. You know, we have some newbies that are you know, have come in the last, you know, year or so, but for the most part, a lot of the folks here are pretty skilled, and you know, they can be fairly standoffish. I think, in my experience, the people here at Thornhill are, it's not that they're not rude by any stretch. No, they are maybe a little awkward. Often, you know, every single person, almost to an individual, will talk to you if you engage with them, but they won't come and talk to you. Like, they won't engage with you. Like, they won't initiate a conversation with you. But if you have a conversation with them, they will have a conversation with you. And especially if it has something to do with fixing things or, you know, tuning, right? Like, these guys love to talk shop. So you have that. But Oats is much more beginner friendly. It's a much more family friendly atmosphere. They usually have a novice class for series races. They also do a 1/10 class, and my daughter, or my son, one, will run my old Tekno MT 410 monster truck in the 1/10 scale open class over there, and that class is all kids for the most part. It's like, you know, kids with little trucks and stuff like that. So yeah, so Oats much more beginner friendly than here at Thornhill. Yeah, guys aren't rude at Thornhill. No, absolutely not. I haven't run into anybody really who's rude at all. Most everybody here is yeah, like you say, they're busy, they're focused. But absolutely, yeah, everybody will talk to you if you engage with them. I think that's us done with bag E, right? That means I can go drive. I'm going to try something different. Let me screw with something. I'll do it right now here on stream and see if we can make it work. So I have my camera, I have my hat, and I have this stream going, right? My idea is to see if I can do a second stream from my phone with this video. Yesterday I was doing that, and I was just recording it and putting them on TikTok, but TikTok doesn't like long videos, and those are like, 13, 14, sometimes 18 minutes. So I don't know what to do with that. Let me try this. Let's see what happens. Let's see if I can set up a stream from my phone while I'm already streaming. I doubt it, but it's worth a shot. Let's see, switch account. Was signed in to do bench. No, that doesn't work. Wonder if I could like use Insta to stream to this stream. Possibly, maybe. Yes. Let's see, for you. Let's see what is just that. I wonder if there's like just a way to stream from Insta. Let's go. Insta 360 Live on the settings page. See the settings page. Oh, there it is. I don't see Insta 360 Live. It doesn't have anything there. Other settings? No. You could do Find My with the... Ooh, that's cool. I didn't know you could do that. What if I do... Is there like a live? No. Video. Interval. No. No. How do we stream from Insta 360 app? Oh, let me go back to the laptop. Let's see. Guys aren't rude in Thornhill. No, yeah, they're not rude. Don't be a jerk and stuff's all good. Some people forget timing too. If he looks busy, he's wait a minute. Yeah, you're right about that. Like some people, they might just be tied up with something. Let's see. Stream from Insta360 Go. YouTube. Oh, you know, I wonder if I could connect it to OBS. I could connect it to the laptop. Let's try that. Insta360. Oh, but then that won't work because I'll be Bluetooth to it, and my laptop's going to be miles away from the phone, from my camera. There's got to be a way to do it on phone. Ensure your camera and the app are the latest. Connect the camera to Android phone. Is it Android only? Open the app and swipe right to live mode, then click live button. All right, let me try. Yeah, it says I have to connect the app first, so let me reconnect the app. And now I should be able to go to the YouTube app and say, how do I change the camera? How do I choose the camera? No, that doesn't really work. It doesn't let me choose that camera as an option in anything. The other button, enter RTMP address. Where do I enter an RTMP address? I don't know. No, this is, how do I do this? Connect device, button settings, other settings. No, clicker. No, I don't see anything. An other button. I don't see an other button. Let me go. Oh, live streaming is not supported on the Go series. Shoot. Oh, well. Okay. Well, I'm going to have to do it the old school way, I guess. That's too bad. It would have been nice if I could just flip it over, but it would appear not. Oh, well. All right. My car. Pack. I'm not even going to bother recording this. I'll just leave this for now, and then I'll be right back. Since I can't stream it, that's dumb. I'm going to have to figure out a solution for that. I could just flip to my to my other. That would be ideal. All right. Oh, I left that. Oops. Just yeah, back in back in 10 minutes, we'll say. And I'll pin that one. Replace pin message. There you go. All right. Let me go give this a tear. And I will be right back.
Welcome to Noble Plus.
Beautiful day. That's 60. Sunny. Little breeze. Nice. Nobody else here today, just me, myself. Nobody else out practicing. Nothing. Oh, guess it helps if I have the right model. Yes. Oh, I wrecked on the first lap, and that's every single time my first lap I wreck right there. Better. This happened to me yesterday too. First lap, every time. Same spot. Maybe I should fix the pipe there too. How many wrecks in the same spot? All right. Well, I can't wreck there again. I'm already past it. That's the good news. But I can wreck there on the next lap. I don't always do this. I'm walking back up to the stand. A lot of times what I do, I drive from the stand. And then when I wreck, I'll go down and just drive the same section of track over and over again from the ground. I'm standing right there and watch. Rip. Didn't wreck there that time. That was awesome. Way too much speed. Ooh. I hit the pipe. Tumbled me over into a chair. Can't save that. We'll do what I said this time because it was the same spot. I stand there. Right. Over and over. Stop wrecking there. It's a mistake. All right. So we start up at the back. Come down to the double, see what we can do. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's try it again. Oh, almost. Okay. Don't do that. I gotta be able to. That was sick. Oh. Peace. I see the problem. Whoa. I see. All right. I'll bring her back in. All right. That was fun. Rick. I don't know. Let me see. Back. Can I just delete it? Unpin. There we go. So yeah, that was fun. Maybe shut it off. I also caved in my roof. Wow. Wow, really caved in. I didn't even know you could cave those in. Huh. We did something new today. And my battery strap broke. Wow. Well, I guess it's a good thing we have a new one in the new kit. Dang. Wow. I didn't even wreck that hard. I guess it just gave up the ghost, man. It's probably been breaking for some time. It just finally give it up. Man, that's crazy. I'm surprised the battery stayed in there. I could drive it around. Feel like that could have been bad. They make a strap with Kevlar stitching. Yeah, actually, they actually have some of those here at the track shop. I think I never messed with them, to be honest with you. I just run these stock ones. For better or for worse. Yeah, I know lots of guys have better, stronger straps, but yeah, I just always run the stock ones until they break. Then I'll put a new one. All right, car. go back on the shelf for a little bit. Oh, radio, shush. Oh, you filed the battery mount so it doesn't pinch the strap. Does it pinch it? Like in the corners, maybe? Is that what you did? You filed the chassis plate? Or you filed the mount, the plastic mount? Get bag F. Bag F. Up drives. Ball link ends. Universal drive shafts. Love those. I don't have to build them my damn self. As opposed to CVDs. If on the 2.0, you have CVDs, you got to build them all. You have to build the outdrive yourself. I don't think we'll use those hexes. I think I'll take the hexes off my buggy because they're +4 in the rear. Or I have some +4 ones laying around. I see. So you just shave the... I got it. All right, let's take these off the sprues. I don't know why they leave these on, but they do. To make you do some work, I guess. I don't know. And then I think the stock ones, yeah, I use these blocks. I use these blocks anyway. Because they give you more options. But if you have a need for these odd middle ones, keep them. You might need them later. I'll keep them, you know, in my stuff. Probably don't need them, but just in case. And then I'll put these in with the wide edge up because I want to use the outmost and upmost mounting points for my link end. And we'll put a bearing in each one. Back, front. I'll just use these stock bearings for now till they need to be replaced. I have some other ones from J&T, and I have some AE stock. The J&T NMBs are good. Let me see about my hexes. Or I have a bag of them. Do I have any plus 4s? That's a lot of hexes, huh? Let me see, get rid of the pins. I don't need those for now. All right, we're looking for one with 4 dots on it. I don't have any. I got 1s and 2s. No spare 4s. Let me see what I got. These are stock R2s. No, stock R1s. I won't use these. I don't think. Maybe. Yeah, I'll put them on just to heck of it. Actually, let's go +2 for now, and then I'll come back later and put the +4s if I feel like it. So you put these drive pins, so you put the hex on the outdrive, press the outdrive into the carrier, and then put your drive pin through the hex, and then you'll come back with grub screws, these heavy grub screws, M4 style. That's too much Loctite. And then you'll put that in the end, and that basically holds that pin in place. And I'll crank these down. I typically will use a wheel wrench. This is a long shank wheel wrench. And you can put a driver through the handle, and then I'll crank that down pretty good because it's metal on metal. Then we've got thread lock. The other thing you can do is just hold the outdrive like that and crank against it. That works too. Doesn't work if it's on the car, obviously. And we need to make some links. The only thing that's really important here is that you do these opposite, and I'll show you why. One thing I like to do is put vice grips on my turnbuckle link. I like to put vice grips on my turnbuckle link, lock it in there. That still needs some more pressure. Yeah. And then I can thread this on. These are hard to get going the first time because you're cutting threads like fresh into plastic. But once you get them to bite, they're not too bad. Then the other thing you can do to make things easy is put a driver through there and go like this. And it looks like on my buggy, I don't have any threads showing, so I'll just put it on until I don't have any threads showing, and then I'll adjust them as we go. And then on one side of each link, the threads are right-handed, and on the other side, they are left-handed threads. So this side is left-handed thread, and yeah, you have to put these on counterclockwise, anti-clockwise, whatever you want to call it. And yeah, right there. Just no threads showing. So when you do put these on the car, the little notch in the link is supposed to be facing the left-hand side of the car. And you want to put all your links on so they're all facing the same direction. That way it makes it easy to adjust them later. On that one, we had the notch facing the straight link. So on this one, we'll put the notch facing the other direction. And this will probably go left-handed thread, yeah. Yeah. And yeah, anti-clockwise, counterclockwise, whatever you want to call. Chapstick makes it easier to install. Indeed. Especially on the older stuff. The 2.0 cycle of these link ends definitely needed more work than the newer ones. I don't know if you can really see, but they kind of recessed the entryway a little bit and gave it a little bit of a flange. So it's not a flange, but a, what's the word I'm looking for? Chamfer. Chamfer. Yeah, so it has like a chamfer on the hole that lets the screw go in easier. So yeah, so when you get done, you should have the notches face different directions on your links. And then you go ahead and put ball ends in each one. If I could find my, this will do. Oh, that went straight through. I could do it the right way, couldn't I? This way. Go on. I want that trap onto this link. There. Don't. I wonder if I could use it this way. No. these look like the aluminum ball links. Tekno make steel ball links as a tuning option. Depends on how much you drive your car. I have worn these out, the aluminum ones. They get a lot of slop in them. The stainless ones are supposed to be lighter and stronger. I don't know if they are lighter, but they're definitely stronger from what I understand. I don't run them. I just use these aluminum ones. Mostly the steering ones are the ones that get worn out. All right. Let's bring the clip back. We're going to have to put some bushes in there. Do these go on the inside of the arms or the outside of the arm? Outside. Oops. And then we'll use these hinge pins. And then I'll have to find, yeah, there's some washers that we'll put as spacers to set the wheelbase. And for me, I like to put my hub all the way rearward, make it as long a wheelbase as I can. So they have you go and put a thick one at the rear and a thin one at the front. So we'll just cut out the thick and a thin one and put them in the front. And if that's not enough, we can add another. You can also use M4 washers here if you don't want to use plastic. You can use just a regular M4 washer. I often replace these with washers if I ever service the hub. Oh, oops. Stay on there. No, 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 no. My washers come off. There we go. Yep. I am going to have to use some pliers on the other side of this, aren't I? Not the best solution, but or I have another 5.5 driver, I'm sure. I'm just too lazy. I have a few. In fact, I'll grab one. There they are. There you go. Put that on back. No, I put it on the right way. I'm good. Never mind. I thought for a second that I put the spacers in the wrong spot. It's okay though. Then you put your dog bones in your outdrive cups. Then we can start to put our link ends. And remember I said the notch faces the left of the car. So you want to go, and these drop down links are going to go on the outside. And we're going to need 2 screws, 2 nylock nuts, 2 washers, and that's it. Yeah. So I'm going to use the top outside hole on the outside. Oh, do I need a washer there? I do. I just need a washer front and back. Right? No, just front. The manual shows you put these screws in this direction. It doesn't matter. You can put them in either way. Won't make much of a difference. This way. These screws are just keeping this camber link in place, making the connection from the carrier to shock tower. And then for roll center, what do I run on my buggy? Do you know? I actually have 2 different spots. All right, center inside. Center. We'll go this washer. Center inside. No, oh, it's supposed to go washer, countersunk washer. And the reason for this is that when you sweep your arms forward, like we are here, you want to try to keep the camber link sort of perpendicular to the length of the chassis. What do I mean by that? What do I mean by that? So when I have the chassis, it'll run, you know, sort of straight this way, right? I want these camber links to be perpendicular to the center line of the car. And as I've swept the arms forward, that means I also need to push the camber link forward to get there. And so actually I could probably put 1 more washer and that would get me there, but this is close enough that it's not that big of a deal either way. But that's the idea here, right? So if you start to take the toe out of your car in the rear, you'll want to take those washers out and let that camber link slide back to neutral, being perpendicular to the center line of the car. Oh, they're supposed to come through the back. Supposed to. Doesn't make a damn bit of difference. I guess maybe it could make a difference if you care about like dirt getting into screws and stuff, but who cares? Oh, that should get a shoulder. Ooh, what did I do with the other shoulder nut? Did I put it? I didn't put it anywhere yet. It's supposed to be... Did I put shoulder nuts where I'm not supposed to? Oh yeah, I did. Dummy. I put the shoulder nuts out here. Well, there you go. Doofusin. I don't want to take it all the way up, but I do want to grip it. And that nut's really on there. I think I let go. Yep, I screwed that up pretty good. Shoulder nuts there. Why didn't you guys holler at me? Say, hey, doofus. Those nuts don't go there, bro. You put the wrong nuts in the wrong place. You're supposed to pay attention, man. You're supposed to pay attention. Yeah, I'm talking to myself, not you. I'm supposed to pay attention. Not you. Me. Oh, I lost my washers. Why? There. Oh. There you go. And that's kind of a pain in the butt. These things are hard to put back on. You see what I mean? That's what we got. Where'd that other washer go? I'll use a pick. There we go. And I used the wrong nut somewhere else. Sheesh. You guys, you're supposed to tell me when I'm making these kind of mistakes. That's supposed to have a flange, right? Yeah. Yep. Rework costs time. Rework costs time. Right. And washer. Yeah, I put a flange in all the wrong places. Now I have two nuts here. Put them where they go. Nice. We have a rear end. Flappy rear end. Nice. You can see the extent of the toe out from the underneath, really, can't you? Pretty cool. Okay. So that gets us through bag F. What do we do next? Bag G. Actually, it might be. How do you like the ProTech tools? I want MIP, but my tool stand built into my charger stand looks made for ProTech. I had a ProTech 1/8 toolkit for $60 before Black Friday. Okay, so ProTech tools. I use these almost exclusively because of one thing and one thing only, and that's that they have a hole through the handle. I actually really like these handles. I think these handles are great. I like, especially on the 2.5, I need a hole through the handle so I can cross something through it and really crank down on like my motor mounts and stuff like that. So I love the ProTech handles in particular. The ends, you can't really see, I don't believe, from camera, but the ends get worn over time much faster, I think, than the MIP tips. So the MIP ones are great. They last a little bit longer, and they won't round off as quickly. They will round off, but they won't round off as quickly. I have both, and these are MIP tips that I use for my electric driver. I also have a handle for that too, somewhere. I have a bunch of MIP tools and ProTech tools. I also have some. Let's see, what else do I have? I have these Eco Power ones. These are pretty nice. They actually do have a hole through the handle, but it's a light plastic handle. These are really nice. They give you a lot of torque. I don't have a single problem with these. They're inexpensive as well. Eco Power. Their servos and all that kind of stuff are pretty inexpensive, and they make good stuff. So you can use those too. The Eco Powers are good. ProTechs are good. MIPs are good. The MIPs are only a couple of dollars more than the ProTech ones too. I want to say it's just like $1 or $2 difference between the ProTech and the MIP. Yeah, spring for the MIP stuff. If you're going to look at ProTech, just spend the extra couple of bucks and get the MIP stuff. But maybe drill a hole through your handle on your 2.5. I don't know. I don't know what to do about that yet, to be honest with you. I usually just use my ProTech drivers and run another wrench through the handle. I don't have a great solution for the MIP ones. I wish they would put a hole through the handle. That would save some trouble. Yeah, but I mean, $60, $70 for the ProTech setup, worth it. I like it a lot. I use these on the table. I've got, a whole set, like a whole set with a flathead screwdriver and everything. I have a ball end 1.5 mil driver. I hardly ever use it, but it's here. Now I got a 7 mil box and a 5.0 for shocks and a 5.5 for everything else. 2.5 and a 2 and a 1.5. I mostly use this MIP 1.5 if I'm using a 1.5, just because it's got a nice narrow shaft on it. It's a little bit less unwieldy. I don't know. It's like the difference between. Yeah. Like if I want a 1.5 driver, I don't need it to be a mile long. I just need a little one, and I like this one better. So, yeah. I have 3D printed handles for MIP. Oh, adds ears to the top. I see. So you just put something on the end, and then you could turn. Yeah. Hey Scott, if you're out there, let's talk about that on the week. Let's 3D print. Let's model and 3D print some things for that. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I could cut the ProTech down, couldn't I? I mean, it's just it's straight through. I think it's just got a little ring to keep the cap on. I could probably cut the end off of the handle and then just put the cap back on it. I could try that. Not that, I mean, I don't really care. I've got this tool. But still, it's an option. Sure. They do have replacement tips for the ProTech handles. Yes, you could get those too. Oh yeah, I guess I could cut the back of the shaft down and make a shorter shorter tool that way. Yeah, I could do that. Oh hey, found my daughter's dinosaur. That'll make her happy. How do I get it to stand up? I take a picture of it. Bye. No, it's interesting. I'm just looking at this manual, and I see a note about the front end sway bars, and we kind of talked about that a little earlier. And I talked about how the sway bars I have were like the prototype ones. In the manual, it doesn't even mention that they are options. It shows a 2, 2.1 through 2.8. That does not show the 1.1 or 1.0, 1.1, 1.2, 1.3. I mean, there's everything from 1 to 2 in there. They should probably let you know about that in an upcoming manual rewrite. Actually, I wonder if the online version of the manual let me find a Tekno manual. I'm gonna go EB48 2.2. Instruction manual, yes. Let's see, bag G. No, it's not there. They just show the 2.0 through 2.8 ones. Okay. Tekno. Time to update the manual. Get it together. All right, bag G. I'll run through this front end, and then I'm going to go and run a pack. Probably my truck this time. since my buggy is going to be replaced by this one. Bumper. You can never have too many bumpers. Yeah, so I won't use the stock sway bar. This is a 2.3. What I will use instead is this 1.2. In fact, you know what? I'll just take that sway bar off of, I'll take that other sway bar off of my bug whenever I switch it. It's a 1.3. If you don't have a set of flush cutters, get yourself one. They're fantastic little tools. The only thing you need to be careful of is they are hardened steel, so when they break, they just snap and the end goes flying off, and you should probably have eye protection. Since you like root beer, I'll say it. Root beer floats are garbage. You take two delicious things and combine them to make something that's terrible. I'll tell you what. I have not had a root beer float in probably 30 years. I don't even remember what a root beer float tastes like. I remember, I thought the cream from the ice cream made it a little sweeter. I don't think I hated them, but I haven't gotten one in 30 years, so I must not enjoy them. Is that a hot take? I mean, to say that you think root beer floats are garbage? Is that a hot take, chat? Think teach their own, right? There are enough rules in life already without you making more. To go back to that discussion we had earlier, right? Over the tens of thousands of years that humans have been around, they made up a bunch of rules, and we got born into the society in which rules have been established that we had no say in. We had no control over. Nothing. We're just here to play the game. For better or for worse. You have to play the game that somebody else set for us. As maddening as that is. All right, let me look and see what I have for pills on my old buggy. It looks like I am center dot C or B and 2 dots out on A. What are stock pill locations? Center and center. I'll run them stock. We'll go center, center. Go center, center. I actually have 2 dots out on the front, on the A block. It just gives a degree of sweep or half a degree of sweep, but half degree swept back, right? Not necessary. We'll try center. The other thing I like to do, actually, you know what? No, we won't go center. I'm going to take and add some kick up to this guy. These pill organizers are super handy, but it's hard to have just one after you've built a few kits because you run out of slots. In fact, here, let me just go ahead and, what did I do with the other center dots? Oh, here they are. Yeah, let me go ahead and take these off and put them on my organizer, and then they won't be lost. These are not center dots, they're 2 dots. What a shot. Center. Whoa. Is it just gonna fit? Looks like it. No, it won't fit. Yes, it will fit. All right, and the 2 dots. Oh, that's the other way. I don't often use these pills. Ah, here they are. These ones are the 1 degree down and a half degree out. I'm gonna get the rest of them off too. And I'll put 2 dots up in the front, get a little bit of kick up. How's this for some boring shit? Organizing pills. I probably, for the rest of these kits, I won't do this again. I just want to fill this holder up. Let's see, I was on this one with the 2 dots. Yeah. 2 dots this way. Let's see, 2 dots. 2 dots. 1 dot. 2 dots. 1 dot in the corner. Two dots, corner, 1 dot corner. Do I have 2 dots? No. 2 dots, yes. Oh, that's a 1 dot. I kind of wish they would just give you these pills in a bag instead of on the sprue for the mold. Would make life easier. All right, 1 dot. No, we want to go 2 dots up. Okay. 1 dot down or up. Or left or right. Oops. Notice we got 2 dots. 2 dots. What was this one? 1 dot. And these are going in the car. Perfect. So there's pill organizers. Like I said, I'm going to add a little kick up. And this is mostly because in my existing buggy, I have 21-degree caster blocks. And I'm moving to 18-degree caster blocks. I'd like to, you know what, maybe I'll go single dot all the way up. Get a full degree. Get a full degree back. Right there. Yeah. Oh, I don't need these 2 dots anymore. Put those back. Yeah. I'll go 1 dot up on the front. Yeah. Right. Oh, I missed one. Single. Nice. All right. That's a droop screw. That's a droop screw. Oh, go put our B. Put our B block on. Droop screws go in the arms. Need link ends. I won't use these bushes for the arms. Again, you know, same as that earlier discussion, these bushes are the new ones. If they break, get new ones or get new old ones. As crazy as that might sound. Get new old stock, the short bushings. Let's see, we want to go, the front is that way, this goes this way. And then for this screw, you'll run it through the bumper and you put it on, but you don't really put it on all the way. It's just kind of there, just holding it together. It's not doing a lot of work yet. But later, when you go to put it on the chassis, you will tighten it down. You leave a little bit of space so that you can put it on the chassis and then slide it back, slide it in. This lip will come over the chassis plate. Right. Just pop these ball ends in. Oh. These little things are too fidgety for my sausage fingers. Too little and fidgety for my sausage fingers. Then I need a bunch of little grub screws. For these link ends. Actually, I only need 2 of them, as I'll use the set off of my buggy. That one's already got 1. And we won't use that sway bar. That sway bar. This is our deadband bush. Yeah. Let me get the sway bar off my car. I'll run that. How do I get the deadband bushing out of the other one? There it goes. Yeah. Yeah. And these are our deadband bushings. I should make these face the front. Oh, I forgot my bush on this side. My deadband. All right. Now I can put this on. Now I can put the retainer on. No, that's not moving. Doesn't look great, but it's not moving. That's all that matters. Actually, let me see if I can slide it over a little bit. Yeah, it's good. And I'm gonna run these screws in the link ends. Uh-oh. Video cut. Video cut. You guys, I thought I had this problem solved. I know what the trouble is. It's all to do with this camera and how it manages battery. I need to find better solution probably means replacing the camera. As much as that would suck. Why doesn't that drive? Oh, because it's not going through. There it goes. There we go. All right. Does that look okay? Yeah, that looks okay. Camera. How about better? Back. So yeah. I said I was going to go run a pack after I did bag G. Tell you what, I'm going to turn the camera off, let it charge while I run a pack, and then I'll be back. I have to solder that battery connection again. Some point. Oh, I can't drive my truck. You guys, I broke it yesterday. See if I can turn this back on. Back now. Yeah. Let me unpin that. All right. So yesterday I was driving my truck and my steering link broke. What a pain. So we have to fix that before I can drive it. And I think this is just threaded into the servo horn. I hope there's not a nut on the back of it. No. Let me see what I have. I don't want to replace just one end of it. I want to replace the whole thing, but not the ball ends. If I have some ends. Oh, I might not. What is that? Those are shock pushings. Some screws. Oh, sway bar and bulkhead accessories. Cool. I didn't know I had those on the wall. Don't need them for anything, but they're there. Links. Do I need to take him out of this kit that I'm building? I don't want to. Dope. Where did that wrench go? Here it is. Gonna have to find some link ends. Yeah. Let me see what I got. Actually, are they in the next bag for the buggy? No. Which bag are they in? Or, you know what? I just take it off of my old buggy. I don't feel like trying to find the right part because I am lazy. I'm just going to take the whole setup. Right off my old buggy. Put it on the new one, or on my old truck. Okay. Ooh. Where did I put it? I took the link off. You guys. Oh. There we are. Let me pop out one of these. Oh no, that won't fit over there. I don't know if this will unthread. Shit. This is a problem, Tekno. And you, Tekno, should do better. There's a screw that comes up through this bell crank that is supposed to lock into the bell crank housing, but it gets worn out. And you have to do some rather unnatural things in that case. Now, one thing that you can do that I have not done here is you can replace that screw with a real screw as opposed to the shit that they give you. That looks okay. That washer is smashed. Just throw that away. We'll put a new one. As we push that there. Washer. Yeah, and the screw doesn't have a hex on the other side. So it's like, I pretty much just throw these vice grips on it, just like I did, and let them do the work. Oh, I want to go put the washer there, screw there. Is that screw not long enough? Oh, it is. Just. I did not have a washer on there before. Yeah, screw it. Woohoo! I have steering again. Okay. All right. Now, I'll be right back. And I'll shut my camera off just to let it charge a little bit. Stupid ass thing. Yeah, those 2.2 truck towers are, they're definitely a lot different than the old ones. I don't know if I have some. We do side by side. I know I have some 2.2 ones. You've seen them a minute ago, well, an hour ago. But if I have 2.x ones, I probably do. 2.0 ones somewhere. Replace the screw with a real screw as opposed to the shit they give you. Yeah, it is. Replace the screw with a real screw as opposed to the shit they give you. I like that. We'll do that. Shirt idea. Okay. I'll be back. Let me shut this camera off. Let it charge. And I'll be back. Running out of daylight. Sorry about this. I had to fill up the fuel tank.
Welcome to Noble Plus.
Wreck it all in this. I need some diff shims. Don't do that. Oh, I did wreck. Okay, I won't do that again. Trying to air out the front. Wait. Way too much speed. That's hard on hardware. Tough on hardware. Tough on equipment. It's a good thing I've got a new one in a box. I won't do that again. Don't send it on the front straight. It would have been okay if it was just a hair slower, but over the first double, I cased the launch for the second double. Oh, I need to trim. No, other way. Now it's going too far that way. Trying to get my trim right. Yeah, that's better. All right. Oh no, stuck into the pipe. That's all right. End of the pack anyway. Fix this pipe later. Truck arms are not supposed to go under the pipe. Thought I'd roll over it. Oh, what was that? Oh, it's just a banner. Thought there was somebody here. Nice. Oh, that thing got hot, actually. Oh, 150. Wow. Spicy.
Signal lost. Shutting down.
All right. Camera back. All right, all right. Camera back. Yeah. Sorry about that. Unpin that as I am back. Yeah. That was fun. This one wreck. Well, two wrecks. One of them was my fault from blowing the first jump on the straight. The other one was my fault for thinking that I would drive over the pipe instead of under it. That's what we get. I think I need to resolder that. That's not to fall off. Storage that battery. All right. Well, we fixed the truck. We ran the truck. It's good. Where were we? All right. We're on bag H. This is the last bag for the first of the two big bags. I will use those. I will not use these. And I will not use these. So, 21-degree caster blocks are stock. I'm going to replace those with 18-degree caster blocks. Those are here. And these stock spindle carriers, I'm going to replace with these 3-degree incline spindle carriers. And these steering plates, I'm going to replace with G plates. Yeah, so that's what we're going to do. So the spindle carriers and the caster blocks, I'll just put in the box, and they're a tuning option for us for later. The rest of these we can open. Let me take this bush out of here so I don't mix it up with anything. Those you put away. So one of these. And then one of these. And we'll need these. We won't need these. Right. This is definitely going faster than the Go Show build. I've built a few of these. I don't have many builds on YouTube yet, but yeah, I've built a few Tekno kits. I'm gonna get my kid to do one too. Might start this weekend. She's pretty excited. All right. Spindles, spindle carriers. I need something to press that in with. Oh, this is a bearing tester. Oh, it stays on the bearing tester, but doesn't stay in the carrier. Great. Flange bearing on the outside. We're going to put our hex. I actually, let me think, on my buggy, do I have +4 hexes? I do, on the front. That's all right. We'll stick with these for now. Run them like this. Let's see, grub screws. Need a big grub screw. Yeah, the Tekno builds are pretty nice. Once you've built one, you can pretty well hack your way through most Tekno things. The Kyosho was an entirely different creature. I'd never built a Kyosho before. That was my first one. And that was, yeah, I mean, it went together easy enough, but it was not fast by my standards for sure. But Tekno, I could probably put a Tekno together in my sleeve. This one's taking a while, but I'm also taking breaks and BSing through half of it, right? We're talking about things and what they do and why we do them and all that stuff along the way. If we spent less time BSing, this probably would have already done. All right, next. Oh, we have to put the steering blocks on. And then which screws run through there? 1404, there, M3 by 12, there, button head. And that's a 2.0, isn't it? We're cutting threads, so not easy to go in the first time. Never tried anything other than a Tekno tray would be awesome in silicone. It would, right? Maybe even TPU. I don't know. Silicone, you could mold it. It'd be very easy. TPU, you could print. I don't know if it would warp, but there's also some stupid strong filaments out. Like I could print it in like ABS or ASA or one of the glass infused filaments or carbon fiber. This is PET G, and I went PET G because I had printed a big one in PLA as a test, and it actually warped when somebody left it, out on the table outside. It was just sitting in the sun a little while, and yeah, I got all warped. So, so this one's PET G. But yeah, you don't want to use PLA for this stuff. It will warp if you leave it in the sun. I just bought some ASA filament for the first time because I wanted to print something for my car, for my full scale car, right? There was a I have a Badlands Bronco Sasquatch, and it had that big stupid Badlands sticker on the fender, a big orange Badlands Sasquatch sticker on it. I don't like it, so I took it off. I wanted to relocate it. I found somebody designed a mount for it that you could put in the grill. of the Bronco. So basically I could print this thing out, put it in the grill, and then put my sticker on that. And so you'd still be able to tell that it was a Badlands, whatever. I don't know. I actually got the ASA and printed it out, but it's the whole thing sitting at home, and I haven't put it on the car yet, because I just don't care. I don't need people to know that it's a Badlands. They could look at it and pretty well tell. And if you know things about Broncos, if you look on the dash, you can tell what it is. Because the Badlands Sasquatch gives you a sway bar disconnect. And so if you see a Bronco and it's missing a sway bar disconnect button on the left-hand side of the button cluster on the dashboard, you know it's not a Badlands Sasquatch. However, I think that's changed for 2026. I think for 2026, they made even the sway bar disconnect optional on the Sasquatch. For mine, it was I got a 25, and it's just got it. All right, where were we? We have to put these bushings in our carriers. And we want the axle to sit low, right? How do I have the other one set up? Let's go. Let's put them low. Oops. Yeah, the bushings like to fall out if you're not careful. I just had left. Let me think. Yeah. And so the silver bushing gets the silver pin, and the black bushing gets the black pin. I'll show you in a moment what that looks like. There's a silver pin, and there's a black pin. Where did the black pins go? Here they are. So the silver pin goes with the silver bush, and the black pin goes with the black bush. How do I get that to sit down in there? Oh, man. That's all right. Oh, I can use this. How do I get that to sit down in the recess, though? It won't. Huh? Can I really not? I don't understand this. So if I put the silver one in the bottom, does that go all the way in and sit? I think it does. That one's no problem. But this black one does not sit all the way into the carrier. Perhaps if I put... Let me switch them up and just see. Oh, come on, Bush. Or pin. There it goes. So I switch. Stock position is high. Must use the same color sleeves and pins together. So if I go black on, no, I'll go black on top. Yeah, no, yeah, black on bottom and silver on top. And follow the stock. Stock setup. Yeah, that sits flush. And this one's probably going to sit flush too. I wonder why they did that. As I drop a pin on the floor. Yeah, I don't fully understand why they did that. But I'll tell you one thing that's nice is that they give you now actual screws instead of little grub screws for this part. And that's remarkable because it used to be a little grub screw that you would put to hold these pins in, and the grub screws you'd strip all the time. Oh, what the hell? Here's my phone going nuts. Leave me alone, people. But yeah, we do this anyway. Because the stock setup sucks. There we go. Sorry about that. Again, I will shut this down in a moment. Yeah, batteries dying all over the place. All right. But yeah, we used to run these screws anyway. Just as a matter of course, when we do a build to replace the grub screws, as they suck. But yeah, that goes back to that shirt idea there. Don't use the stuff they give you because it sucks. Right. Need a pin. Bush. Ooh. Make sure you use the right bush. This bushing. No? No. This one. That's the right one. Short one. Silver pin, silver bush. Where's the black pin? Or... Oh, I used the wrong pin. Ah, that was the trouble. I used the wrong pin, jackass. You guys, you're supposed to tell me when I'm fucking up. Yeah, I used the wrong pin. I still want to switch these. I want my hub low. Use the wrong black pin. This way, duh. It's this black pin. And the wrong one. That did it. I used the wrong pin. I'll show you the difference in a second. You want to crank these down pretty good. You can use cap head screws if you like. So the difference in these black pins, my bad. The pins for the hub, the outside of the arms, have a flat on the bottom of the pin, and these have a flat at the top. So you want to use the one that's got the flat at the top. And we went low hubs. That's why I couldn't do it right the first time. Yeah. So black pin at the top. That's why the pin wouldn't go all the way in. That should have been like my giveaway. But oh well. Oh well. But yeah, if you go and build one of these kits, and I know that on the 2.1 and definitely the 2.0, they use those grub screws and they're trash. Just throw them away. Put an M3x5 or an M3 cap head, M3x5. That's the way to do it. Save you some time and trouble. And then for these guys, these bushes go into the arms from the inside. Like that. Just like that. Then we'll go in with our spindle carriers. Do they need a washer on that side? No. They just need the pin and the screw. So yeah, so these black pins, and then you run. Did they actually have us use a grub screw? That's on the next page. Where is it? No, it's here. No, no, they have us use button rights. Good. Grub screws suck. So yeah, so you run these pins in. If you can. Then you want to turn it so the flat faces the outside. That's where your screw is going to come in. Yeah, you want to crank these down pretty good. You do not want them coming off. It will give you a bad day. There's my other pin. Nice. And let me go ahead and I'll just put Loctite and the screws in place. That way I can just drop the pins in and we won't have to get too fancy. I do see that there are grub screws here, but I'm not sure what they're for. Did they say on the last page? No, I don't see them using grub screws. That's all. It shows, no, that's the set screw for the M5x4. Those are for the, huh? What do you use as M5 by, oh, in the end of the thing. Yeah, I don't know. Very strange. I'm not sure what you do there. Nice. Now we just need to do camber links, right? And put them on. Then I think we're supposed to put them on the car. And I'll probably save that for tomorrow. Camber links. This is not my favorite part of the build. Camber links. I don't love them. So same thing as the rears. You can just build one. Make sure you put a different end on each end. And then just make sure you build the other one the opposite way. Let's see. I have like no threads showing on my other buggy. I'll tighten that on until there's no threads there. All right. This one's left hand. Oops. I saw that Jared Tebow has some kind of setup that's 3D printed that is supposed to make this part easier. I might explore that. Get on there. Right. And yeah, Just want to make sure that I put the other end opposite. The other link, build it the opposite of the first one. Is this left-handed? This is left-handed thread. Yeah, definitely don't use those grub screws. They're trash. We've identified a few of those things today, haven't we? Did I? You dumb bastard. For real? Is it really? No. I did it wrong. So dumb. So dumb. Dude, you're supposed to catch it and be like, don't do that. You're doing it backwards. Now it's threaded backwards. I'm going to thread it again and cross it. That ought to be fun. I wonder how sturdy that's going to be. I mean, at least it's easy to put this link end on, but hope it holds. Oh. Yeah, that should have been my first hint. I was that it was going on right-handed. Or left-handed, rather. They show you full size, but I don't follow that. I'm just setting this up as it is, as it looks on my buggy, and then I'll tune it in as necessary. All right. We have camber links. Now, when I set up the rear, all the notches face left. When I set up the front, all the notches will face left. Nice. It's not often that I get it right, but I did today. Inside middle dot. Oh, there is no outside link locations on these shock towers. The old ones used to have inside and outside link locations. Camera links. I like it better this way. We also need a screw in the outside. Where am I on the? I'm on center dot. And then a washer goes over each of these screws. It's like this. It fell right off. 2.5. My washer fell off. I'll just get these on and then I'll tighten them all up. Nice and tight. Yep. Extra washer. Where'd it go? There you go. That's bag H done. Everything's nice and tight. Looks like the next is going to be bag I. We will get to that tomorrow. I'm going to go ahead and shut this thing down for the day. This one is getting the oxide out of my old buggy. And it's getting a new motor. Oxide for the win. If you guys don't know, I love these El-Ceram oxide ESCs. Hey, they are great speedos. I broke one. It was my fault. But otherwise, they're bulletproof. I tried to run a really high current motor without a cap pack, and the speedo did not like it. I actually reached out to the factory support team, and they told me that if you run anything over around a 2200 kV can, you should put cap packs on. If you don't, you might run into an issue where the speedo tries to draw too much current, or the motor tries to draw too much current through the speedo, and it failed. Yeah. But yep, I love oxide ESCs. Look how many tubes of thread lock I have right here on my bench. Various Tekno kits. Yep. All right, y'all. I'm going to shut this thing down for the day. Go run a pack. Think about heading home. I'll set up a stream for tomorrow, and we'll do this again. And we'll build out the rest of this kit. Excuse me. Yeah, that'll be tomorrow on stream. So keep an eye out. Yeah. In the meantime, have a good one, and I will see you in the next. Bye-bye.